will say, for those who are maybe alarmists or maybe pragmatic, I've already seen people suggest, does this mean he's going to try to figure out a way to hang around for a third term? I don't know that that's the case, but it does give an indication. I think that he is acknowledging he's lost his election mojo. Can't win if you're a Republican if Trump is not on the ballot. Isn't that what he's saying in that posting? Or do you read that differently? Now, this is being gushed about in liberal media pundit circles as a blue wave. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have to temper our enthusiasm. I say we, I'm referring to the Democrats, not myself. I'm not a member of a party. But we need to temper our enthusiasm just a wee bit. We're talking about a handful of states. We're not talking about the entire country. But even before the election, many political observers suggested that this election is like a test vote, a precursor to what may occur during the midterm elections next year. But let's not forget that things reflected by the elections of last night changed in 365 days. We went from a very red-leaning election to a very blue-leaning election in just 365 days. Who would have thought things would have changed so dramatically from the defeat of Kamala Harris and the election of Donald Trump to what happened last night? And if it could change from red to blue in 365 days, I guess it could change from blue to red in 365 days. Who knows what will be next? I think it's also kind of interesting that he acknowledges that the shutdown ain't so good for the Republicans. Blame the Democrats all you want, and you may be right about it. Call it Schumer's shutdown. It sounds great. There's good alliteration there for certain. Schumer's shutdown. Who could have written that better? Schumer's shutdown. But it doesn't seem to be resonating. The Republicans are taking the blame in all the polling. And yesterday's voting, by the president's own acknowledgement, was at least in part a repudiation of the Republican cause shutdown. That's what I read into what he posted anyway. Am I reading too much? I don't think so, but maybe you think I am. Feel free to disagree. A lot of folks on stage. I'm going to start calling people in the order in which I see them. Today the order begins with Scott, followed by Marshall.
Well, Gary, fake news, Baumgarten, I've got to say, you're living up to your fake news reputation. All right, when you say Trump lost his mojo, okay? You want to know about mojo? Just ask some of the teenage women that have been on Epstein Island about mojo, okay? All right, if you guys could get the Epstein files, if you're looking for them, look right with my healthcare plan, okay? They're right there. The concept plan, all right? No, did not lose my mojo, Gary. I mean, look, these loser candidates that we ran, okay? First up, we've got a woman named Winsome Earl Sears. Okay, Winsome, she should be called Lose All, okay? Lose All. She's black and a woman, 2 reasons I didn't endorse her, but terrible candidate. Look, I mean, Virginia, we lose Virginia. I mean, look, I knew we lost Virginia when they took down our beautiful Confederate statues, okay? We should have known, good people on all sides. We lost our Confederate statues. We lost our monuments. We should have known. We lost Jersey when they elected that fatso Chris Christie, who is a Benedict Arnold, okay, like Benedict Big Mac Arnold, all right? The guy never met a Big Mac, all right? I mean, we don't have a country anymore, Gary. No country. Now we have Sharia communism, okay? You want to talk about dogs? You're not even going to be able to afford a dog or cat for an immigrant to steal or eat when Mamdani, Mamdani comes in and takes all your money, okay? Welcome to communist hell. No more country left. Trump has all mojo. All right, Gary, back to real programming.
Let me ask you this: did you do that all off the top of your head, or did you script that up?
That I came up with that in the shower about a minute ago when I was getting ready for the show. It's karaoke night, so I had to get a shower. So I was being a little creative in the shower. That's more than anybody needs to know. But I think Democrats can take encouragement from this. I mean, look, the midterms are still a year away, but one thing that I looked for as an indicator in this election, this off-year election, was how did the candidates do, for instance, in the gubernatorial races in New Jersey and Virginia, relative to how Kamala Harris did against Trump, and they both outperformed Kamala Harris in New Jersey and Virginia. Right? These numbers are interesting, right? Because whatever that says about Harris's campaign, if she had enough time, how Trump was, whatever, but that's encouraging, right? That's encouraging. Not only do we win the states, but there's a significant marked improvement from the last election cycle, which I think is a useful indicator to ponder. Yeah, I think also Trump was not on the ballot. He's right. He wasn't on the ballot for Republicans, but he was on the ballot for Democrats. He was clearly on the ballot for Democrats. Democrats were running against Trump, and this is our virtues are sometimes our vices, right? I think Trump turns out people. We haven't seen a Republican candidate like this, a presidential candidate, in my lifetime. A guy that basically, Republicans have traditionally not been great at the turnout game. Trump has changed that, right? I mean, he's a single vote getter, vote turner, outer, just by virtue of his personality. And I think that's an interesting thing. Now, the downside is when he's not on the ballot, he's still on the ballot for those who oppose him, but he's not on the ballot for the voter. A lot of men, right, who feel disenfranchised, are not joiners, are probably disconnected from institutional life on lots of fronts.
Yeah, but he's never going to be on the ballot again. At least presumably, he's never going to be on the ballot again.
Well, Gary, that's why we've shown that I have to be forever. You can't trust the ballot, okay? The ballot is not good for the country. I mean, look, this was his last ballot performance, if things go constitutionally, and it showed when he's not on the ballot, it's very difficult to get his voters out. What does that mean for the midterms? What does it mean for the 2028 cycle? It's not great, right? It's not great. I think how do you transfer? Max Weber, the great sociologist, has a term: the routinization of charisma.
He's a great sociologist.
How do you take the charismatic prophet or religious figure or movement figure and take the charisma and put it into bureaucracy, put it into ritual? You got to routinize the charisma, and this is not something that the Republicans have figured out, right? And that's you have to go to the drawing board bigly, very strongly. Go to the drawing board and figure out what do we do next, right? And that's why maybe the solution is screw the Constitution, get a third term. But I don't know that they have the political talent of Trump on the bench. I mean, I don't know that that's... No, I mean, maybe there's a new talent that we don't see, but I think this, again, shows that Trump has something that's just not transferable. If he's not on the ballot, again, but there's a curse. If he's not on the ballot, he's still on there for Democrats, right? For every Democrat in every local election, or most every Democrat anyway, they were thinking, F Trump, I'm voting against Trump, right? I mean, the millions that turned out for the No Kings March, right? I mean, there's enthusiasm in the country, and that enthusiasm showed in voter turnout, which again outperformed. It seems like there was more enthusiasm here on the Democratic side than there was in the last presidential cycle. So I think that's moderately encouraging news for Democrats.
Moderately encouraging. Interesting. Thank you, Scott. Marshall, followed by Brett.
How you doing, Gary?
I'm good. I'm really good. I want to just mention something, however, it has nothing to do with this. For some reason, we are so narrowly nationalistic in our news coverage. There is a typhoon that's swirling around the Philippines, and it makes multiple landfalls because, as you know, the Philippines is a series of many islands. I forget how many. So far, 66 people are dead. 66 so far. And so I just bring this out in case we talked about trying to help our fellow human being yesterday, somebody who was here struggling. And it just prompted me to suggest that folks who are interested should find some kind of legitimate relief organization to help. You got to be careful when it comes to the Philippines. Go to something that's internationally recognized if you feel motivated to help the folks in the Philippines. Okay, with that, you're on, Marshall.
Hi. Do you know if we're sending a carrier strike group into the area to help relief, like we did in 2014 for the tsunami?
I don't think we're. Come on. I think they're going to send USAID to the rescue.
USAID is no longer an agency.
It was
That's the
being
point of the joke.
facetious. Of course,
That's the
I
point
know
of the joke.
USAID is no longer in operation.
So the Republicans, we got a drubbing last night. Apparently something like 99% of counties in most of the elections last night went for either Democrats or folks who were democratically leaning. So it's definitely a sentiment in the country. I'm not going to presume what will happen in New York. I don't know. And I don't live there, so it's one of those kind of takes. I don't like telling people about their homes, so I'll try not to tell New Yorkers about their home. It seems that we are lacking in enthusiasm. I would agree with that. It also, to me, seems like most people are still worried about the economy. They're still worried about making ends meet, and the government shutdown doesn't make that any better. And so a lot of these elections were, as I understood them, to be affordability elections. You know, hey, this stuff's still expensive. We still have to pay these prices here. And so I think that motivated a lot of people to come out and vote. I don't have much more to say other than Republicans now have to do the work. If they want to be competitive, now's the time to step up and get involved. So I would recommend locally with your local party, now's the time to counter-organize. So.
Thank you, Marshall. One other thing that I'm hoping, and this may be just a fantasy on Gary's part, that the loss in New Jersey suggests that maybe negative advertising in campaigns is actually counterproductive, and maybe we'll see a little less of that in the midterms. That's a real fantasy. Thank you, Marshall. Brett, followed by Lynn.
So I kind of want to challenge your assumption coming in here that he's always had this electoral mojo. He's won 2 out of 3 elections when he's been on the ballot. Both of those elections have been extremely close. He lost one popular vote. He won the other barely. But when he hasn't been on the ballot, he has been a disaster for the Republican Party. You can see that in his midterms and the first term. I think you could see that last night, and you can certainly see that during special elections. What the Republican Party has lost is high-propensity voters that are guaranteed to come out and vote essentially at every election. What they've won is voters who come out for Donald Trump. You see that over and over. I mean, you saw that in the election he won last time, because you had a ton of voters that came out and checked the box for Donald Trump and didn't check a box down the ballot, and that's why you had a bunch of Democratic senators win in states that Trump won. But but when the election doesn't have his name on the ballot, it is a drumming. I mean, last night was a drumming. It's not just that the Democrats won; it's the margin that the Democrats won. Governor's race, you won over 15 points. New Jersey, you won, over, I believe, 11 points. Pennsylvania, you kept essentially a 5-2 margin in the Supreme Court. Georgia, you won 2 statewide races that weren't even close. It was a blowout. I think the first time Democrats are serving in those positions in Georgia since, I believe, the early 20 knots. Going down to the state houses, I believe Virginia State House, they picked up 13 or 14 seats, I believe 13 seats. New Jersey, they picked up 3, and they'll have a super majority. You look over and over and over again, this is up down the ballot for the races that were there, and not the whole country, as I admit, but where there were midterm or all-year elections, it was a pretty good drumming, and I think that shouldn't be overlooked, because if you're the Republican Party, you kind of have to think Donald Trump, despite all his sayings, is likely not going to be on the ballot again. What does this mean for my political future when I have depended so heavily on bringing out these very infrequent voters? Can I find, is J.D. Vance going to bring out these very, very infrequent voters? I personally kind of doubt it. If I were also the Republican Party, I would be very wary about the election in Tennessee coming up in a few months. I believe it's like a Trump 10 to 15 district, but if the election results last night are any indicator, that might be within reach, which would even further tighten the margin in the House.
So I think what you're suggesting, and tell me how I am with analogies, I love analogies. I think you're suggesting that if the Republicans are sort of like when I go out to eat at a very popular restaurant and there's a wait list for seating, right? You're making that comparison.
I'm making the comparison. It's about who always shows up to you.
No. You're missing my comparison though. You don't get my comparison. When they call my name and they go, Gary, party of one. Gary, party of one.
Oh,
that's what you're saying about what's happened to the Republican Party.
Yeah, I mean,
don't step on my lines, Brent. You're supposed to be my Ed McMahon, not stepping on the lines.
Sorry about that, but yes, that analogy fits. It's kind of like the Democratic voters are your friend that's going to help you move. The Republican voters are now, the friend that may come around every 2 or 3 years, and that's a problem. When you come to some of these midterm elections or off-year elections.
Thank you, Brent. If he's correct, the Republican Party is not the Republican Party, it's the Trump Party, and without Trump, there is no party.
I just want to know for the record, Brad said that the last election was that Trump didn't win by big margins. That was not a small margin, though. Trump won every swing state, and like David Shore, a great Democratic pollster, said, had turnout been higher, Trump would have won by more. I don't think, no, I think the 2016 was narrow. Was as narrow as it gets. And 2020 is kind of a weird thing because of COVID. I don't think any incumbent would have performed well in a COVID election. It's just the country. That is a nightmare for an incumbent. So I think that
There was higher turnout though in 2020.
So can I respond to Scott?
Well, it's not about turnout though. I just think it's an anti-incumbent mood. Like when people are that pissed off, I think I wouldn't have wanted to be an incumbent coming out of COVID.
So let me respond to Scott.
Yeah, right. He's speaking to you, so feel free.
So 2024, he won the popular vote by 1.47%. You are right. He won every swing state. That was enough to win every swing state. But even winning that, the electoral landslide was not anywhere comparable to what we have historically considered landslides. This wasn't Bush 88, this wasn't Reagan either 80 or 84, anything like that. This was, a relatively modest electoral win, which it was a win. I mean, the election wasn't not doubt, but a 1.47 is still a pretty close election. The Republican Party made a lot of hoopla of the New York Times maps. See all these arrows? They point. They point one direction now, and see this is a massive change in the election. Well, I mean, if you lose the popular vote by a small amount and win the popular vote by a small amount in the next election, you're likely to see these arrows, all over the country switch. But I think the fallacy there was to think that win was permanent and that you've always won the Hispanic votes. And this a bit small change in voting behavior was going to last forever. And it's just not. I mean, the 88 victory didn't last forever for the Republicans, neither did the 84 victory for Reagan. And certainly it's a fallacy to think that what I would argue, at least in historical terms, is a relatively modest win in 24 was going to last forever.
Politically, it's a little difficult to woo the Hispanic vote and then go out and snatch Hispanic people off the streets. A little hard to maintain that constituency. Thank you, Brent. And now to Linda, followed by Doug.
Hi, Gary. I kind of thought this would happen because, I'm going to agree with Marshall, and I enjoy your room. Thank you so much for the conversation. But I agree with Marshall. I think when people saw, the prices on groceries, were coming down, and that was, what Trump promised them, and certain things were happening, like you said, people were going missing and literally getting ripped off the street and deported. I think, the government shutdown, I just think people just flipped. I think people are kind of fickle like that, too, just in general. They always do that. So I kind of figured, a lot of people would just start voting Democrat again. So I wasn't surprised by the outcome of the elections. One thing I just wanted to add, I don't know if this is kind of related, but in our city, I live in Cincinnati, and so our mayor, he ran for re-election. He's a Democrat, and we have all 9 Democrat city council members. Well, his opponent was J.D. Vance's half-brother, who's MAGA. And I guess, kind of what the mayor kept saying was, oh, he's just a MAGA maniac. MAGA's crazy. And I think our mayor was going to win no matter what, just because Cincinnati is a heavily Democratic city. They haven't had a Republican mayor, I think, in 40 years. But I think he kind of that kind of really did help his case. He's oh, he's MAGA, he's crazy. And I think some people are kind of seeing some of this stuff going on is just really ridiculous. I personally, this is my opinion, and I'll land here. I think Trump can beat women. Obviously he won versus Hillary Clinton, and he beat Kamala, but he can't beat men because he lost to Joe Biden. So I think, I think he can only beat women. That's just my opinion. Thank you so much for having me.
Linda,
Go ahead, Marshall. Go ahead, Marshall.
No, all I'm going to say, if you bring Tara up too. Oh Lord. Never mind, it slipped my mind. In one ear and out the other, I guess.
As you're trying to drive and speak at the same time, Linda, who is your most famous mayor in Cincinnati?
Jerry Springer?
Jerry. He was actually, I had the opportunity to interview him. That show and the real Jerry Springer, 2 different kinds of people. He was very smart and very intuitive and really could assess the situation and articulate his observations about it. He was really a very cool guy.
Very intelligent, yeah. R.I.P. Jerry Springer, R.I.P.
Very nice man. Thank you, Linda. We'll go to Ben, followed by Alan. Ben.
Hi, Gary. Well,
Hi, Ben.
Well, first of all, let me start with if Jerry Springer can be a very great mayor for Cincinnati, I think fast forward to 2025, maybe Gary could be a good political leader for either Congress or Senate, maybe even president. I don't know whether you were born in the U.S. or not, Gary, but let's go.
Born in the USA. But I'll tell you one thing. I want to run for Congress. I don't want to do a damn thing because once you get into Congress, and I don't care if I don't get reelected, I get health care for life, mister. Health care you will pay for life.
Remember, Jerry Springer was a talk show host, and Gary, you're honing yourself very well in this critical thinking forum. This is much like a different form of talk show. If anything, it's even a better version in my mind. So, Gary, don't give up that hope. At least the audience in this room, we're not giving up that hope. Gary,
plus, if I get on the right committee, maybe Tiger will send a Chinese honeypot to try to, spy on me. Woohoo!
No, maybe that balloon. You know that balloon that flew from California to whatever, the Atlantic Ocean? Yeah, the weather balloon. Anyway, all kidding aside, I think this election to me is less about the voters voting for the final winner, but rather the voters for not wanting to vote for the other person. So it's really, to me, I think it's also similar to what I was recalling 365 days ago. To say that voters loved Donald Trump by getting him into the office, that's really not quite true in my mind. It's rather the voters, whether it's Republican or Democrat, decided that they do not want to go with the Democratic candidate, Kamala Harris. So in that regard, I think this shows a bit of a problem with our election process, which is that it's basically a zero-sum game, meaning there are literally only two candidates, really predominantly two candidates. I mean, there are all these minor party candidates, of course, but realistically two candidates. And it's a zero-sum game, as in if you vote for A, then B is not going to get it. So I would think that the ranked choice option should be considered very seriously by allowing voters to look at multiple candidates where they may like one a little better than the other, but they cannot tolerate the third, etc., etc. And that reflects, I think, the voters' wishes much more accurate than being forced, holding your nose, if you will, by voting for the person that you hate the least, sort of the lesser of the two evil. Maybe the election experts can opine on more accurate approaches of election by changing, instead of having a third party like a Forward Party or something, or America Party like Elon Musk proposed, even with the current political party system, maybe a ranked choice option is a more accurate way of reflecting voters' wishes in terms of who they want to be leading their party or their mayor or their country. And back to what you're saying, Trump was losing his mojo, 0 for 4. It's funny that if you look at the New York mayor race, Cuomo was endorsed by Adams, the former mayor, who one can argue a bit of unceremoniously got out of the race due to a variety of different things being prosecuted, number one. Number two, sort of kneeling down towards the
The main reason he got out of the race was because he could not raise enough money to qualify for matching funds and trailed even behind Curtis Sliwa, who got 7% of the vote in the final.
Right, so I was referring to in terms of voters' perspective on him being a bit of being a Democrat, yet really working with Republicans in terms of making some promises of working with the immigration, blah, blah, all that sort of problems. That's not a good image for him. And then both Adams and Trump endorsed Cuomo. I mean, honestly, going back to my theory at the beginning, I think sometimes be careful what you wish for because you might just get it. What is that? Who said that? Whatever that baseball player said that. Well, I think the fact that Cuomo got endorsement from Adams and Trump, honestly, I really don't think that helped him, to be honest, in terms of New York City voters. That's probably a negative. If I were one of the voters in New York, to have someone being endorsed, someone potentially thinking that I would vote for, and then endorsed by not necessarily my heroes, whether it's Trump or Adams, I think that might help me tip my voting ballot towards and Mamdani, even though if I had a different choice, different people, maybe I would have probably voted for somebody else, thinking maybe Mamdani was too progressive, too liberal, blah, blah, blah. But in light of these endorsements, probably I think that could play a role. So in that regard, maybe if I were Trump's advisors, maybe if Trump wants to hurt future candidates, he should just endorse them. In particularly in 2026, in this political atmosphere, after 1 year, almost one, well, I guess 1 year, Trump got into office, with the economy being the way it is, prices being the way they are, ICE grabbing people off the street, arresting people, detaining people who are not necessarily criminal suspects, but rather just undocumented, but still leading a decent, quiet lives with families and kids. I think those visual images are just not going to be very helpful at all to me. If I were some candidate to be endorsed by the current administration, so it's almost like last year some Democrats wanted to vote for funding for MAGA candidates in the hope of hurting promoting their own candidates being finally elected by voters. I think it's similar type of psychology. I would be very interested in knowing the exit polls, any of the survey pollsters, in terms of finer details of what voters thought, beyond just the generic questions asking voters, but dissecting them not just by age, race, economic status, but also in terms of more fine and nuanced questions, such as did you vote for this person because you love them that much more than the other, or you hate the other person more so than this other one. So I think these are going to be very interesting questions. Maybe, Gary, you'll have a room in the future if these data could be available, or if the pollsters are collecting this information. I think that would be very enlightening for 2026, or maybe even for 2028, for the presidential election.
So Mamdani is a gift to Trump. What happened to Alan? Why'd you fall down? Alan, I'll get to you after Ben. Don't worry. Mamdani is a gift to Trump. He's the foil that Trump needs. He's the piñata that Trump needs. I will guarantee you that any time any crime occurs in New York City after January the 1st, because the swearing in comes at the stroke of midnight, that you're going to hear about it from the White House. Look what's happening to New York City. It doesn't matter if the crime stats continue their downward spiral, which began before Mamdani takes office, because the stats are pretty good right now.
Gary, just didn't the other guy, the Silva, Sliva, or whatever his name,
Sliwa.
All right, Sliva. Thank you. I think part of his message was he was going to hire more police officers, being a law and order guy, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think that went that much. I think my guess is that people are so concerned about food on the table, about jobs, about the economy, about the terror.
It goes way beyond that. It goes way beyond that. Well, it has to do with the personality that Mamdani projects. And a lot of people couldn't get past the projection to understand what they were buying when they voted for him. And I'll just leave that at that. I will withhold judgment.
Right.
I have expressed my concerns in the chat. Please feel free to read them if you're interested. But I will reserve judgment. I hope the guy succeeds. I hope he actually surrounds himself with somebody who knows how to find the bathroom in City Hall. This guy is he's really wet behind the ears. Doesn't mean that he can't succeed if he surrounds himself with the right people. And by the way this whole campaign worked, where he was run, he did not run, he was run by a machine. And he said what the machine told him to to say. And when he was asked questions that he had not been told what to say, he obfuscated, walked away, never responded to those questions. So he's not going to be picking his cabinet is going to be picked for him. Hopefully it will not just be based on political ideology, which is the great fear that a lot of people who see beyond the personality have. Hopefully they will actually bring in technocrats. The fact that he says that he would keep Jessica Tish on as police commissioner should she want to remain, I think gives people a little bit of a vote of confidence that the city is going to be all right with regard to crime, a little bit of confidence. The fact that Barack Obama has offered to be his mentor, running New York City is not very dissimilar to running the country. It's a huge bureaucratic, it's not like running Tulsa, Oklahoma. This is a completely different ball game here in New York City. Completely different. But he lacks sophistication and an understanding. He said, well, we're going to make the millionaires pay. We're going to make the millionaires pay. We're going to increase the millionaires' taxes because they should pay. Why is it on the backs of the poor people? And, you know, the rest of us is only 1% of the population are millionaires. That sounds good. The millionaires, that 1%, with all their tax breaks, pay 40% of the city's income tax. 40%. So why would you want to piss them off and tell them they're not wanted in New York City? Now, hopefully, these are very astute individuals who will wait and see what happens. But I'll tell you what, if I'm Mr. Catsimatidis, who owns a number of independent grocery stores, the Big Apple grocery store chain, and the mayor actually makes good on his promise for the city to go into competition with me and subsidize the food for the benefit of the people and undercut, and the profit margin on supermarkets is 1 or 2%, by the way. Only 1 or 2% profit margin on supermarkets. To the point where he says, I'm just going to close up shop and leave. All right, I know that's just one billionaire, but how many jobs are lost if he does that? He's not thinking, at least in terms of the campaign, maybe in reality when he gets into office he will, about the actual ramifications of what he is proposing. And that's not very well, the concerns about that were not very well articulated by Mr. Sliwa. They were, Cuomo is a disaster as a candidate. Nobody wants Cuomo because of his sexual scandals and his decision to help his buddies who own nursing homes to build up their census by moving COVID patients into nursing homes where people obviously are the most vulnerable, and he killed people by doing that. Who wants this guy as mayor? And he came out, he had a hard time answering questions at the debates. He comes out as stiff. He comes out as unenthusiastic. Who wants to vote for this guy anyway? So you got this fresh face. He's being compared to a young U.S. Senator from Illinois who ran for President of the United States. I don't think he's deserving of that because Barack Obama is an extremely smart person who understands the body politic of a community. I don't know, maybe he does, or the people who ran him do, Mamdani. But there are a lot of factors here that come into play beyond Trump's endorsement of Cuomo. Trump's endorsement of Cuomo in New York City, you're absolutely correct, is a deficit. If I'm running for office in New York City and the President of the United States says to me, Gary, I'll give you whatever support you want. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll let you know if I need you. The last thing I want if I'm running for an office in New York City is an endorsement from Donald Trump. Last thing I want. Thank you, Ben. Madison, followed by David. Oh, I'm sorry. Alan, are you here? Alan, followed by Ben. Yeah, sorry, Alan.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So, Gary, first of all, I think Trump has not lost his mojo at all. But his mojo is personal. If Trump could run for a third term, I think he would be a powerful candidate. Not because I like him, not because I agree with him, but what Mamdani proves is that populism works. I am very glad that Huey Long is no longer with us. I'm sorry for the way he died, but I'm very glad that Huey Long is no longer with us. Populism is dangerous, whether it's Mamdani or whether it's Donald Trump. I love what you said about the grocery store operator in New York, because I think that's absolutely right. And I love your perspective about 40% of the taxes being paid for by 1% of the people. That is a concern. And if I owned property in New York, I would now be thinking seriously about selling it if Mamdani is successful. If I were a Democrat, which I am not actually, I would be concerned about 2028 because I think Mamdani could theoretically be as dangerous to the Democratic Party as Donald Trump was to the Republican Party. And I think if there's one lesson in the whole thing, it is that we need to be very careful about populism and about experience of candidates. It's one thing to say anybody can grow up and be president of the United States in 1890. It's another thing to say anybody could be president of the United States in 2028. And I think we need to have some constitutional amendments that protect us against inexperienced people, and we need to have some amendments that protect us against liars. So that's my opinion on that subject. I also think that Clubhouse as a platform is a hard place to work. And I admire what you do. Even when occasionally I disagree with the decisions you make as a moderator, it's not an easy job. It's easy to get emotional when you're running these rooms. And I think someday we should have a discussion specifically about the difference between Clubhouse and radio.
Okay. So, yeah, I just think that, at least in terms of what we're doing here, it's just a different platform. I'm doing exactly what I would do if I were doing radio, which is not necessarily the same thing that other people do when they're doing radio. But, you know, I got a phone call last night from somebody in New Jersey. And this woman says to me, my husband and I, thanks to the election, we're thinking about selling our house.
Right.
Now, she's a conservative. They're conservatives.
Right.
And so I thought, oh, because Mikey Sherrill got elected? She goes, no, because Mamdani got elected.
Right.
I said, well, how does that affect you? Do you know what the answer was?
It's a public, I can kind of imagine that it's the trend, the public trend.
No. It was a strictly economic decision. She said, all these people from New York are going to move to New Jersey now.
Yeah.
Our house value is going to go skyrocketing. Now, I don't know whether her projection will prove to be true, but I'm thinking, holy crap, they're seriously thinking about flipping their house.
Yeah, that's a one, and that sort of thing shouldn't be happening. I mean, I would hate to be Kathy Hochul. I think she was in a lose-lose proposition because if she didn't support Mamdani, she wasn't loyal to the party. But imagine being a governor of a state that is going to create such disruption in your state. We discussions about the overlying policy, and I really come back to what I said about populism. Populism is dangerous. Whether you're, the guy in the 1890s, I can't think of his name right now, but the silver guy, give me, I won't stand on this cross.
William Jennings Bryan.
Yeah, whether you're William Jennings Bryan, Huey Long, or Donald Trump, it's dangerous because it doesn't appeal to any logic. It appeals purely to emotion.
I will say,
So with regard to Kathy Hochul, it had nothing to do with party loyalty. Don't forget, there is a, shall I say it as an understatement, contentious relationship between the former lieutenant governor and the former governor. They don't like each other. They despise each other. That's why he wants to run for governor again, because she, in his mind, is a disaster. He's not running. He didn't run for mayor to become mayor of New York because he wants to be mayor of New York. He wants it as a stepping stone, a springboard to a return to the state house. He hates Kathy Hochul, and Kathy Hochul hates him. So she can't do the right thing and support him for mayor, because as reprehensible an individual as Andrew Cuomo is, for the reasons that I stated previously, he's a reprehensible person. I say this publicly, and I dare him to sue me for slander. He's reprehensible for those actions. He killed people, but he would know how to run a government.
He would know how to run a government. That's exactly right. And I couldn't agree with you more on that. I don't think that I was such a fan of impeaching Bill Clinton because of his sexual dalliances. And I look back on that person and I think, what kind of a fool was I to believe that the Republicans were serious about this whole sexual issue? And that's why in that particular race, I was more a fan of Cuomo than I was of Mondani, because I think philosophically, Mondani is terribly dangerous to the American system.
Thank you for that, Alan. I always enjoy the discourse with you. Madison, followed by...
Can I just say, I want to echo Alan here. I mean, I think his point about populism is well said. And I think when you look at Mamdani and Trump, they do have a lot in common. They're both populists that are big spenders. They're grievance-oriented. They are government overreaching, and they're both identity politics people. They both thrive on identity politics. So, I mean, that's what populism is. It's big spending, it's grievance-oriented, it's government overreaching its bounds, and it thrives on identitarianism.
Thank you, Scott.
I, as a person who goes into New York City on a daily basis during a time period where the chances of being a victim of crime increases, I would just say I would never want to sit down and break bread with Andrew Cuomo. I don't even want to talk to the guy because he turns my stomach. But I feel a lot safer in the future going into New York City with Cuomo as the mayor than I do now, at least in terms of my impressions, with Mamdani coming in. Now that could prove, I hope I'm proven wrong. I'm hoping that people thumb their noses at me and say, Nana, 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 Gary, you got wrong. Please prove me wrong. Please. Madison, followed by David. And by the way, we're at the 6 o'clock hour. We are now going into extra time to give everybody who's on the stage an opportunity to speak, but adding no one else to the stage. Madison.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you for the room. I don't usually talk about, I stay in my lane. I'm not in New York, but I think that we would be remiss if we don't address the fact that there was a shadow campaign of Islamophobia against Mamdani, and I think that that's behind some of the people saying that they're going to leave he's already being branded as a communist, which is simply not true. It's a lie. He is a self-described democratic socialist.
Well, the Islamist issue and the communist issue, those are two different issues, right?
They are.
For that shadow campaign that you say occurred.
Yes. I'm proud to be in California. I voted for Prop 50 yesterday, passed, and I think it's a big deal. It's giving our state some real momentum. It's putting Gavin more so on the map nationally, and it shows what happens when we stay focused on progress and policy and not panic in somebody's personality. And Gavin said it best that Trump was supposed to make us healthier and wealthier. I'm sorry, hold on one second. Okay. Sorry about that. That we were supposed to be healthier and wealthier, but we're sicker and poorer. And that line really hits with people. And in terms of the elections last night, I think the Republican playbook might be running out of gas. The culture wars, everything is anti-trans, bathroom obsession. It's not moving people the way that it did before. I remember when I stumped for my soror Kamala in Michigan and in Georgia, and I saw it firsthand. They flooded the airwaves with hate and fear, and it moved just enough people then to make a difference. But now, I think people are over it. Identity politics, hopefully, is starting to fade. Even the NAACP endorsed Spandenberg over Earl Sears. And I think that says a lot because it's not about what you look like, it's about what you deliver. So the same people who said to give Trump a chance, who had zero experience, may want to give Mamdani a chance as well. And I've always voted on policy myself. And I don't just vote for my own interests, I vote for what's best for the community. Because when you care about people, you vote for the person who has the plan. And normally I would expect the pendulum to swing back in terms of midterms. But if things stay the same or, God forbid, get worse, I think Americans are going to wake up for their slumber. And that's what the GOP fears the most. That's why they hijacked and bastardized the term woke, right? Which originally meant being aware, being conscious, and seeing this game for what it is. I think the Democrats are finding some footing. I'm glad they did without stooping to MAGA tactics. And I heard somebody in the room earlier say that, I think it was Scott, about the COVID incumbent curse. But I think that argument cuts both ways because Trump botched COVID. And if we had a competent and, more importantly, a truthful president that didn't just say everything was okay in February, that a president like that could have actually saved the day in hundreds and thousands of lives and probably maybe even won another term because that's real leadership. And so in that particular election too, Republicans, the turnout was low, but so were Democratic numbers. Turnout was low, period. I mean, some folks just couldn't bring themselves to vote for Kamala. Not because of policy, not because of performance, just pure bias. Because I don't know if everybody's seen that social media video where they ask people, do you prefer the ACA or Obamacare? And they unequivocally pick the ACA, not even realizing it's the same thing. That tells you that messaging and more importantly, ignorance, it works. It's not the message, it's the messenger. But on an even brighter note, might be able to appreciate this, Gary. I'm enthusiastic about Detroit's new mayor, Mary Sheffield. And I think across the country, we're voting for progress and not panic, and we're showing the country how it's done. And everybody's focusing on the New York race, but I think the moderate Dems that won in the other markets, those should be paid attention to as well.
So the issue of, I just want to address one thing that you said, and I don't want to make this all about Mamdani, but the people to whom you refer who may be leaving New York City because he's a Muslim, they're not most of them. There may be some, and I know there are, and I know that people have used terms like Sharia law and bandied it about kind of freely without even understanding what Sharia law is and how civil government works, and how Sharia law doesn't supersede government and all of that kind of stuff. But most of them are not concerned just because he's a Muslim or because he's a Muslim, but because of his public pronouncements, not repudiating the term global intifada. That makes people feel uneasy. He's going to be mayor in a couple months of a city that is home to more Jews than anywhere outside of the state of Israel. And he won't repudiate global intifada because the Jews, maybe not the non-Jews, but the Jews certainly understand what that means. And then he says, well, if I am elected mayor, if Bibi Netanyahu comes into New York City, I'm going to direct the NYPD to arrest him because there's an arrest warrant for him. That arrest warrant has no jurisdiction in the United States, and you have no jurisdiction to arrest Bibi Netanyahu. So why do you interject that into the discussion? And now he's talking about BDS. Go to the chat. Abby was kind enough to point out all the investments and how the city of New York has benefited through these fiduciary relationships with the state of Israel. This has nothing to do with supportive policy of any given government in Israel. It has to do with investments, just like there are people now investing in Saudi Arabia who disagree with the government of Saudi Arabia, which is fine to do if you see a place where you want to invest your money. That's your prerogative to do so. And the cultural and educational relationships, educational coalitions between New York and institutions of higher learning in Israel. That has zero to do with the policy of the current government of Israel. And yet, he wants to divestify from that relationship because he is an ideologue who has a vision that causes people to be nervous to be Jewish in New York City. And by the way, I would just point out that after he was declared mayor-elect last night, and is there a cause and effect? I have no way of knowing, but there is concern in the Jewish community. There was a flurry of incidents of vandalism directed at Jewish institutes in New York City. There was such a high number of them. There have been a lot going on anyway. But the fact that there were so many over such a wide area of the city leads one to wonder whether this, not that Mamdani would support it, but that people may feel that they are indemnified from being held responsible for their actions because Mamdani is coming in, because he sends a signal to them that that's cool, even though he doesn't say it, just like the president didn't say, go riot on January the 6th. He didn't say that, but people got that signal from the president, intentional or not. Mamdani is sending signals. He's got a responsibility to everybody in New York City.
Oh, I can dig it. It's the same way the conservatives are sending signals all across this country, and if you can imagine how it makes black folks feel.
100%. It's exactly the same.
But
Exactly the same.
I think we've learned as a country that how about we become more concerned with what's happening with our country domestically, because we're having some serious issues.
Right, and the fact that he is such an ideologue, not because he's a Muslim, but his ideology, even during his victory speech, I am a democratic socialist. Too bad. You don't like it? Too bad. are concerned about what does it mean to be a democratic socialist. Maybe he should say, as a democratic socialist, it doesn't mean that I want to impose certain ideology on the rest of New York City. It just means that I have a perspective that I believe will make for a better quality of life for all New Yorkers, no matter what their political persuasion. That's what he was supposed to say to allay these concerns of people who may or may not, if they have the means, be now putting their homes up for sale. He's right out of the box creating angst. It's not because he's Muslim, it's because of his attitude. I can tell you, as a person who doesn't give a damn what another person's religious beliefs are, I don't ask. If they make it clear, I'm accepting. In my own family, there are people of many religious persuasions. And if any of us had such a narrowly religious outlook, we could not function as a family. How can you sit down at Thanksgiving dinner if you can't stand sitting next to somebody who has a religious belief that is different from yours? How can you go to a relative's wedding or funeral if you don't feel comfortable walking into their house of worship? You got to be accommodating. I'm concerned as a Jew about Mamdani, not because he's Muslim. I don't care that he's Muslim. It's because of his pronounced positions. That's why the majority of the Jewish population, some of them just because he's Muslim, you're 100% right. But that's why the majority of the Jewish population who is concerned about him is concerned. So I just wanted to throw that in so that you understand the perspective from the Jewish point of view, that it's not because he's Muslim for most people. Folks trying to get up on the stage, I can't bring you up too late. Thank you, Madison. David, followed by Steve.
Hey, Gary. What a room, man. I told Scott.
And what a chat today. Oh my God, I woke up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and it took me an hour to read the chat. I'm not kidding you. Wow. And it was all about Mamdani, but.
Well, I think he's emblematic of, the reverse of Donald Trump, a younger Donald Trump. He jumped the shark. He jumped right into the largest city, arguably one of the most important cities in the world, if not top 2 or 3. And now he's going to be running the show. But, hats off to his accomplishment, irrespective of the things you've brought to light here and others, and the concern. Myself, sitting here in Los Angeles, I have no skin in the game with regard to the policies that may impact the city. I live in a city that has similar policies that he would like to erect with regard to, curbing the rapacious landlords out there that want to raise rents to the lofty levels that they can get and all of that. I think that's a bad omen for the real estate market. So the woman that was chiming in about how her house value is going to go up, well, there's probably some truth to that. I myself would not want to be a landlord with a guy like Mamdani, not knowing what policies are going to come down the pike and emboldening my renters to not accept my rent increases, to potentially say, hey, you now have to take a haircut because if not, I'm going to call up Mamdani's people. And, so there's a whole lot of uncertainty that surrounds a candidate like Mamdani, particularly in a city as wealthy and as important as New York City is. So I posted in the chat with regard to Bill Ackman's overture. I don't know how serious it is, but this is the guy who spent a lot of money to defeat him, arguably for a candidate that wasn't electable. Cuomo has seen better days, is in the rearview mirror. But with regard to the fear you have, Gary, which is justified, imagine a whole host of Latino Americans, Mexican Americans of all stripes, now on the receiving end of Donald Trump's populism. It's no longer populism anymore. He's actually effectuating real policy that is impacting the lives of millions of people in this country who are arguably either here undocumented or documented with papers, documented with green cards, or even U.S. citizens. We've all been impacted by these policies. So the fact that the Democrats won big yesterday is no shorter of a result of these 8-9 months of abuse that has been rained down on the people of this country. Not to mention the tariffs, which are now before the Supreme Court. It sounds like, from what I'm hearing, the Supreme Court's going to rule that this is unconstitutional. And what happens at that point, Gary? So does the economy continue to spiral? Does the government eventually, continue to languish? And these Republicans deserve everything they did, Gary, for not standing up to the man, for not having some sort of modicum of respect for their office and respect for the Constitution. You can't continue to have this type of fealty without the repercussions that come with elections. So that's
people have that kind of fealty to FDR.
Excuse me?
People have that kind of fealty toward FDR, in particular in his second and third term.
Well, but that was a different reality, Marshall. That was a much more homogenous country. 25% of the population was out of work. FDR had to do something. Otherwise, the country was going to fracture and devolve. And some argued that into communism. The very communism that they're...
You had the former governor of Louisiana running, and you had Eugene Debs, I think at that point, in prison. It was a time where socialism could have done that. My point is that if we're inextricably wed to people being loyal to him, we have other examples of American presidents asking for loyalty. I think the difference between the two is that a lot of those folks were willing to resign their office to oppose the president. And people in this area have agreed largely with the policy.
And nobody wants to be Liz Cheney. Nobody wants to end up like her, right? So yeah, I'm not gonna say what I need to say to stand up to the man. I want to make sure I get my next 2 years, so I continue to be a part of the part of the circus. But you're absolutely right. But Donald Trump won't eat his cooking. He won't take responsibility for when his party loses bigly, right? He wants all the accolades for when they win, but when they lose, that's not his fault. He doesn't want anything to do with that. Now, that's how it was over there in Israel when Netanyahu was getting these big victories. He wanted to join the victory parade as well. So this is how the man tries to navigate, the situation, and we're all suffering because of it. So, he needs to own up to his problems. He needs to tell the American people, particularly his party, let's get the government open. Let's not mess around with this healthcare system the way that it is, because we have no solutions. And if we don't, if the American people's healthcare becomes more fractured and more expensive, they're going to get washed out next year. And you see what happens. If you thought yesterday was bad, wait till 12 months come. And I would argue, Gary, that I think the Republicans do have an opportunity to learn from yesterday and hopefully right the ship on some level and create a more balanced Congress with regard to the policies that they're putting forward. Otherwise, I think American people are finally waking up, and in 6, 7, 8 months, we're seeing what this man's about, and we don't like it. So, Gavin Newsom got his victory yesterday. I didn't like the optics of him having to do that. To me, that was pay to play. I was sort of like, well, we got to put our gloves on and fight the Republicans at their own game. And I think it was a bad omen for our democratic process going forward, because we're trying to win off of rigging the voting system versus winning with great ideas. And this is where the Republicans are losing the messaging, because they don't have good ideas. So they have to grab more voters through the rigging system, going after voters that they already know aren't going to change their mind about what they're about. So I think that's a bad omen for democracy, Gary, when we don't win on ideas and champion good candidates. And and candidates that care more about the American people than they do about, the corporations and obviously the tax cuts that people want, the corporations want, at the expense of everything else that makes this country great. So, I'll land there, Gary. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you very much, David. Steve, Double, and Brent. Steve.
Hey, Gary. Thanks for holding the space.
Hey, Steve.
Good to see you too, Scott, everybody. Well, I'll talk a little bit about Mondani because I live 3,000 miles away, and then Prop 50. I appreciated listening to the prior speaker who talked about Mondani and said we should talk about the issues rather than the personalities or whatnot. So let's talk about the issues. Mondani wants a rent freeze across the board. Not going to make the landlords in New York too happy. Free childcare. Got to raise taxes to pay for that. Free bus rides. Got to raise taxes to pay for that. Lower the police or defund the NYPD. He also wants to raise minimum wage within the next 4.5 years in New York City to $30 an hour. The government grocery stores were already mentioned, which is, I think, going to put a lot of bodegas and other grocery stores out of business. I would be clearly against his policies, except for the fact that I live in California. So when the millionaires move out of New York City to either Jersey or Florida, if they don't go there, I hope they come to California, because we absolutely need more millionaires in California. But that being said, on to my next topic. Gary, you mentioned about someone was comparing Mondani to Barack Obama. That is laughable. Mondani, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, has a 4-year college education from a college in Maine. I can't remember the name of it. Barack Obama has an undergrad degree from Columbia and was in the top of his class at Harvard Law. And I don't think there's any comparison there whatsoever. By the way, speaking of Harvard, somebody that I know, I've mentioned him on your show before, Kevin Kiley, a U.S. House of Representative for the 3rd District in California, undergrad at Harvard, Yale Law School, second term in Congress. We'll get to him in a moment. On to Prop 50. I voted against Prop 50 because Mom and Dad told me a long time ago, 2 wrongs don't make a right. And that's exactly what Prop 50 is. If Texas had not done what they're doing, we wouldn't have done what we just did. I voted against it. Every Democrat that I have spoken to, said yes, they voted for it regrettably. I interpret that to mean that their mom and dads told them also when they were growing up that 2 wrongs don't make a right. But the message is we have to beat Trump, and it won overwhelmingly, almost 2-1. I bring up Kevin Kiley because one of the 5 districts that's going to be redistricted is District number 3, which is Kevin Kiley's district. Now, I'm in Los Angeles, Southern California. District 3 is in Northern California. I love Kevin Kiley. He's a Republican. I don't believe he's MAGA. He's a Republican, though. He was a teacher. As I said, he graduated from Yale Law School. He was assistant attorney general of California or whatnot. He was in the California state legislature. He's been in government for 10 years. And I just think it's a shame that someone like Kevin Kiley, and again, I'm biased, I like him, he might be gerrymandered out. This is a good man, a good politician, a good family man, and I happen to like him very much. With that, I'll close with this. You mentioned the New York income numbers, and I'm not surprised because, Gary, you probably know that the top 1% of American earners pay 40% of the federal income tax. The top 5% of income earners in America pay 60% of the income tax. I suspect that that's pretty close to what New York does. And how they're going to tax more people if and when those millionaires move out of New York, I don't know. But like I said, California, we're laying out the red carpet for you, all you millionaires. Thank you, Gary.
Polymarket, I know they are a predictor of financial and political movement, but they're pretty darn good, is predicting that housing prices are going to skyrocket in Florida and Texas because of an influx of demand from New York City. And I know of, there was a story, I actually read it in the Jerusalem Post yesterday, about a Jewish organization, can't remember who it was, a yeshiva, somebody. Now that Mamdani has been elected, and you know, some of these decisions are maybe premature. All of the concerns hopefully will be unfounded, but they're moving to the Hamptons. Presumably that means that this happens to be an institution that can afford to move to the Hamptons.
Yeah.
You know, but people are talking about moving because they are concerned, because his rhetoric has caused them to be concerned. There's somebody in text in the chat who keeps saying, it's all because he's a Muslim. It's not because he's a Muslim. People should pay attention to the commentary. It's far more nuanced than that. And I'm expressing concern. And anybody who knows me, you can't base it on my persona here in the chat, but anybody who knows me knows I am not an Islamophobic. They know it. They know based on my personal associations, people who I associate with by choice, not because I'm forced to, you know, as a result of my profession. So I'm expressing it, and I'm not an Islamophobic, so don't suggest that just because somebody is critical of the words of Mamdani, it's because, oh, the only reason you're saying that is because he's a Muslim.
And by the way,
don't try to presume you know what's in the hearts and the minds of the people who are speaking. Yes, Alan.
I've got nothing against, and in fact, in a lot of ways, I'm in favor of rent control. You want to cap rents at 2 to 3% per year for this person. I got no problem with that. I'm arguably in favor of that. But to put a freeze on rent for an unlimited period of time, and I don't know what it is, when those millionaires walk out, they might be selling their properties as well. I would keep an eye on that because it's one of his policies that at least I'm not hearing enough people talk about.
I think my biggest concern about Mamdani, and again, this goes back to what I said earlier about, can he be surrounded by technocrats who know better? He was supported. Was he supported, or was it Cuomo that got supported? It was Cuomo. I'll take that back. I was going to say he was supported by Bloomberg. He wasn't. But it would be great if Bloomberg's team would interject themselves into City Hall, if he'd let them, because they knew how to run a city. He's naive. That's his problem. Look, if I'm going to run for mayor of New York, and none of us, nobody can know the nuances of every aspect of the city. It's way too complex. You can't be an expert on everything. You go out and you meet with the people on the front lines and get a sense of what they are dealing with. Now, he's got this great idea. It sounds great on paper. It sounds great when he says it. He says we can take cops and put them to better use by not dispatching them to emotionally disturbed persons' reports and instead send social workers. And the dispatcher, or the 911 operator, not the dispatcher, the 911 operator, half of whom can't hardly speak English, I'm telling you from personal experience, calling 911 on a priority 1 call in Midtown Manhattan and being unable to communicate to the 911 operator where I was. Imagine that. She could not get it. No matter how many times I repeated, and I was right outside of Madison Square Garden in Penn Station. So it's not like it was an obscure location. She could not get it. And I think everybody here would agree that I speak in clear, articulate terms when I speak. I don't think people say, what did he just say? They may not agree with what I say. She could not get it. Ultimately, I said, never mind, I'll flag down a cop, and that's what I did. Frustrating. We're going to put those folks in the position of, based on a phone call, to determine whether a call about an emotionally disturbed person is potentially dangerous enough that you, or not, that you don't have to dispatch a cop with a social worker? The protocol on these calls by EMS, and I confirmed it because I actually went out on the street and spoke with EMS supervisors, is we don't go in without the cops on an EDP. We don't go in because any call for an emotionally disturbed person has the potential of becoming a violent call. So we will not go in with the social workers if the person needs transportation to Bellevue Hospital for a mental evaluation. We won't go in. So it sounds great. Well, the cops now can be free to respond more quickly to other calls in the precinct because we're just going to send social workers. It sounds great. I applaud him for trying to resolve a problem, but it won't work. I'm telling you, if I was a social worker, I'm not going to go in there alone. Impossible. You can't do it. You're putting them at risk unnecessarily. So it's a point that he's naive. He doesn't know. He doesn't understand if you cap rents, what that's going to do to the city. If you increase taxes on the billionaires, what's it going to do to the city? It's not going to result in a net increase in the city's coffers. It's going to result in a net decrease in the city's coffers. But he doesn't see that. He's too naive. And so now he's no longer a candidate. Now he's the mayor-elect. So now it's time for somebody to sit down with him and guide him through this, or he's going to have a miserable 4 years ahead of him. I think you agree with that, Steve, right?
Yes, I agree with everything you said. Absolutely.
An endorsement from Steve. It's the kind of validation I need. I don't count on Scott any longer. Scott he won't validate for me. Double, you get the last word. Thank you, Steve.
It is such an honor here, Gary, to be here. I have the last word. You know, I'm a bit of a contrarian, you may have noticed, for
Really?
shares over these months. So.
I must have been asleep with the switch. I hadn't noticed.
So, you know, although everything people say as their fears, as their so forth about Mandami, I pretty much, with, you know, policy-wise, all these things, I think, I'll say they're very well-founded. But I don't know, I have a weird optimism. It's sort of like sometimes you got to go through the adaptive valley and in order to reach the promised land, in order to reach like a better optimum. You know, and I think there's some other things coming. One thing I want to say, when you were sharing earlier your thoughts about, you were talking about Beacon supporting BES. I mean, even he openly says he got to start through supporting the pro-Palestine movement in the last couple of years, and this gave birth, you know, this got him his momentum, his organizing capacity, and then, you know, he basically went from Gaza protest to mayor of New York. It is remarkable. One thing you were saying about, Jews feeling comfortable with all the because in fairness, I have not heard him say anything. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I haven't heard the quotes, but I haven't heard him say anything specifically anti-Jewish, let's say, so much as anti-Israeli and Israeli policy. And I know a lot of people would say, like, there's no daylight between these two things. If you say anything vaguely critical of Israel, then you're an anti-Semite, Jew hater, etc. But I think that this is emblematic of something, a conversation happening in our country, happening a lot with young people. Of there's sort of this reckoning of like, well, it's just sort of been handed as an assumption that the U.S. the U.S. and Israel are basically a married couple, and you can't distinguish. You can't separate one from the other. It's a package deal, and you shouldn't question it. And if you do question it, there's a problem. And that assumption isn't held by everybody. And this is part of the debate. The debate's happening on the left. It's happening on the right. It's happening with young people. And now you have Mandami who takes a clear stance on this. And it's very interesting that of all places he became mayor of New York, but it is something. It's just part of that has to happen. I think I'm not as pessimistic. I don't believe that just because a Muslim pro-Pali guy got elected that all the Jews are suddenly like going to be hunted down or whatever in New York. I think it's going to work its way through. I think there's going to be a lot more checks on this guy than we realize now. And hopefully it'll get us to a better place in the end, I hope. It'll stress the system a lot. And I do think the Democratic Party, I don't know, it's kind of a mess right now because a guy like this is not going to win throughout the country, and it may strengthen the GOP nationally to sort of like to cede the territory, just to do like a staged retreat from New York, and then the rest of the country will get stronger, and the rest of the GOP will get stronger in the rest of the country. I don't know, but it's interesting times we live in, Gary, and I'm just not as pessimistic. I kind of just want to see what happens. I wouldn't have voted for Mr. Mandami personally, but I also wouldn't have voted for. I probably would have voted Sliwa if I'm honest. Like, he's got a cool beret. He's got a good, classic, no nonsense kind of New Yorker attitude. And anyway, but I think things are not. New Yorkers are tough. I mean, you're a New Yorker, so I'm preaching to the choir here, but you guys are tough. You guys are gonna survive. You can survive a lot worse than Mandami. That's what I think. And I hope I can get a free apartment in New York somehow. That's my goal with this whole thing. So thank you very much.
Okay, I just want to say one thing about as I hear about all his comments on Mandani. I mean, somebody should be a political star in the party. Doesn't have to be a name brand and go over everywhere, right? AOC has had a meteoric rise to power. No one would underestimate how she's built her brand. Still, are people going to ask AOC to campaign with them in a swing state? No, right? Like, are people going to ask Bernie Sanders, another huge political brand, campaign with them in a swing state? No. I mean, so Mamdani might be an asset to the party, just not in swing states, just not in places that are. I mean, he might be a guy that rallies the base, a place that's a brand that's good for media appearances and other things, and just. But it's not someone like Obama that plays well in all time zones, and that doesn't make you any less of a political talent because you're not, you don't get ratings in all time.
Thank you for that, Scott. I have to deal with a troll in the chat, so I am saying adieu, folks. We're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. So till 5 p.m. New York time tomorrow. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Jewish calendar or the Christian calendar or the Ethiopic calendar, all of them had their first months in September. So yeah, he's correct that Hajj was just before that, just before September. It was in August. There's this one article, I haven't read it yet, but it's by Peter Webb, which is Hajj in pre-Islamic poetry.
Oh yeah, I read that article.
So do Webb and Miller do?
Could sell it for like Dao De Jing can be translated as, and you will be a prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. 10. Can you coax your mind from its wandering?